how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/Smile2. And if you are watching YouTube and you'd like to see, may like, may comment, may subscribe. And if you don't say, please dislike, and so do I. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me check the sound. Alright, we're good. Alright, so we're starting off by flipping this up, and we're just gonna kinda stick around. And go some skellies while we were waiting for people to pop in. It does take a minute to rev up. There it goes. Because there's only one. Hello, Tomas. Glad you're doing fine. You know what? I could technically punch it. Thanks. You're not. Yeah. Let me see. How much XP am I gonna need? I'm not sure. Alright, why? I mean, because this is a skeleton spawner. I know at some point I probably should try to learn how to do something for the spooters and just kind of do all of those. You know, learn like all the amounts. And they kind of like not doing that because it lets me travel around more. But I have a skelly spawner. Oh, look, I had copper armor. Plus, we need bone meal. I know we have a ton in here. But bone meal plus XP. Maybe we can get a good, bow as well, depending. Or some more pieces of a good bow. We have some, like, potentials. If it would drop. Obviously, we haven't gotten one to actually drop. That was a bow that we might want. Oh, that's another power, too. No, they don't. Now, I guess the question is, are we going to want to do... I still feel like Infinity's better, but I do have all of these arrows. The mending might be better this time, or to have one of each, I guess. Good question. How am I supposed to know? But no, they don't drop any. I don't even have fish for meal. Wait to see if we have some more guys pop in. I mean, we've got a couple in here. Actually, this one has Infinity on it. I guess that may be why that one was separate. Go to power. The only real issue is that, I mean, You don't get too many. Now here's... Should we work through kind of... Yeah, I actually do think I should. I should repair my pickaxe, my axe, and my shovel while I'm here. And let like 2 or 3 drop. So I just need about 200 more for that. Then this one will need about 800. Honestly, I mean, it's been pretty quick, yeah. We've only been going at this for about 6 minutes, not even. I think this one can combine with this one and make a full bow. Is this one better, or is this one better? This one. Then maybe I should just have one for plain bows. If we could see, they're basically just dropping bows, but, you know what, maybe this could just be plain bows, and then this is enchanted bows. That makes my life easier as well. I'll hang on to both of these for now. Alright, we should like be like 20 away. Okay. We're about 80 away. So, I mean, if each skeleton gives like 20, I mean, that's pretty quick. I know I could go kill like a bunch of zombies instead, but I do need the bone meal more than the rotten flesh at the moment. And I just figured as long as I'm down here anyway, I might as well collect... Huh. Protection 3 copper. That feels odd. Shit. Oh, I'm actually done with that one. Okay. Alright, this one now. I mean, see, that was pretty quick. Honestly, I could probably just chuck. Use the axe, but I don't feel like it. And then we just wait for like a bunch more to kind of flop in. Again, I mean, you can see it's going pretty quickly. I guess we probably should stand like right here. Since that's like right in line with this. 974. $154. Alright, let's just combine that with, I guess, this one. I mean, when you get the gold armor is also good too. Maybe I should just dump them all in here for now. I can just keep a bow at the end. Oh, I should go sleep. I know it doesn't actually affect these guys, but like, I should sleep. $400. Yep. Ish. I mean, obviously this was the clearing all this area out. Plus, if I choose to expand it out in any direction. Okay. Gonna let like 3 or 4 guys fall at once, or fall before I smack them. Even though I really want to smack them right now. And I know, like, if I was to ever, it's not the best way to get XP, but it's a way that works for me. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty good. Oh, I got boots. Boots. I mean, obviously none of this is, like, amazing or anything, but, like, I mean, not horrible. But moments like this, I do kind of wish I would not have decided to. Alright, so we got... I actually got a couple pieces of gold. So protection 3... those are actually not bad for booties. So we're close, we're close. And then I think the only thing left to do is gonna be the hoe, but the hoe, in theory, should be pretty quick because the hoe should only have like, yeah, it only needs like 500. I mean, I could do the fortune. I could do the shovel, but it's up to you guys if I do the shovel or not. I hear another guy coming. Well, so you know I have no idea what you mean by that, do you? Alright. Oh, you got a power too. Fair enough. How close are these together? Perfect. Alright. I just saw another bow. Power 2 and a normal one. Well then. Alright, let 4 of the 5 guys fall there again. Alright, grab those. I basically just need a little over 100. Alright. I mean, most of the stuff is enchanted, which is why I'm not just combining it, because it's not worth it to do it without that. No, I definitely only need 100. Alright. That's the third one. Now we just sit here again. Yep. Another Unbreaking 2 bow. I think I basically just got like... Oh yeah, that at some point actually finished. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do it because I think I need to. Otherwise, I'm never gonna remember to go deal with my shovel, and my shovel definitely needs some stuff. Alright, while I wait for this stuff to these guys gotta keep coming back in. make sure there's nothing in here. Alright, yeah, we're getting there, we're getting there. Then after this, I go grow trees. I need to sleep. I just want to have it up enough that it's like, if I decide I find I need to dig stuff, I'm not gonna accidentally break it. I know, it's like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I mean, it's still above halfway, right? Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure where the best spot to stand to keep the spawner running comfortably is. I just know that the spawner is like right, like here, like a few blocks over, or a couple blocks over here. This is why I feel like this is probably the best spot to stand to kind of try and get a bunch to start spawning in. How many more do we need? I mean, see, we're already at 1050. We only need another, like, 500. Make that 460 or 80. 420. Not time. I mean, that already is like all the way up to only needing 400. And 8. I suppose technically I don't have to even do anything. I can just 2-hit stuff. We basically are already... Oh, wow. Vein. Haven't gotten that one yet. $300. Really, 290. It'll be down to 200. I think I reflect to this one. I'm gonna add this to this. And this to this, and I'll make a full bow. Yeah. Breaking one. You know, how is it that skeletons, their bows are like just so horribly unbroken, like they're so broken. In the way that they are. You know? Vanilla. Just plain Java. You got no answers. You're like, oh, maybe some... No. I feel like if there was one thing that Vanilla probably should add, is the concept that you can get skeletons to break their bow. Alright, I guess I do have a pickaxe that can go on. Like, if you think about it, it's not a thought. This is actually... It is. So these 3 pairs of golden boots don't have anything on them. I know technically I should turn them into golden nuggets. But I kind of like the idea of having at least one of any type that I get if it's like not enchanted all the way up. Right. I don't want this to be like just pushing this, so I am going to turn the light on. However many make it over, and a couple can make it over. That's what I'm gonna have left. I give it enough time to kind of fill some of these. Hello, kitty. What you doing? Alright, I think that is it. I think we're good. Honey, why now? Why did you wait till I'm doing all... Yeah. And also, to be clear, like, he's had plenty of time to come cuddle and snuggle. So don't let him fool you. Or taking it all. Yeah. But especially because it's like... Like, I tried to get cuddles from him and snuggles for, like... Get off of the buttons! Get off the buttons! doing? Like, I tried to get cuddles for the last, like, before I started streaming, like, 2 hours. Mm-hmm. 2 hours. I wanted cuddles. But no, no cuddles then. No, 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 no. That's not happening. But now that it's time to not cuddle, no, now it must be cuddle time. Like, I called you. I tried. You refused. Until literally 10 minutes before I didn't start getting ready. And I still gave you those 10 minutes plus an extra 5. Mm-hmm. Yep. But, like, I make coffee, right? Or, not make coffee, but I get myself a cup of coffee and stuff, because I don't always make it. Sometimes it's already made, and I just reheat it, but... I get myself a cup of coffee. And so I basically just start kind of getting my stuff set up about a half an hour before I start streaming. I also gotta make sure my VOD is set to release. And all of everything's been done. I'm just waiting down here, by the way, because I'm just gonna sleep down here and then they'll go up. But yeah, I waited. I waited and I waited. And I didn't get any cuddles. Because somebody didn't want them. No, he doesn't like coffee. Probably because I don't add enough sugar. Or milk for his liking. It's still got coffee. He doesn't like that. What are you doing? No, what do you think you're doing back there? You think I'm blind, Mr. Mister? I have apparently fallen into a spot. Because I'm looking at you. Hey, What do you think you're doing? Hmm? Go find out whatever siblings over there or mom is doing. Not really. You should... Don't go by. I'm starting to get to the point where I think I'm gonna have to have him. Although, I mean... You know, I didn't actually bring a bow back with me, even though I was gonna. To potentially enchant. So, yeah. I brought arrows, which I can't use without a bow, but I did not bring the bow. Alright. So now we have the ability to get some wood. I guess. Alright. But I probably should do... Let's just use water. Yeah. Like get a quick bucket of water and just kind of... I know technically I could really be... But... Alright. There you go. I mean, it kind of goes far away and becomes a lot more of a pain to do, so yeah. And the light does go out after, so maybe not. Oh dang, we got super lucky there. Alright. Yep. Alright. There we go. I mean, I know I should probably just chuck this back into, like, a composter. Realistically speaking. I'm not going to use this much. Actually. Now, mind you, it can only handle, like, a stack at a time. How much is in here? Actually, quite a bit. Wait, right? You're working. Like... What? Oh, don't tell me they've made it so you can't do it that way now. Or that these are no longer compostable. Right. You know what? Whatever. Why would I expect that to work? beyond the first day. There's not room on the top, so it doesn't work. I never said how much I hate this game. Like, I hate how the game sometimes works. I suppose I need an actual composter thing. So this should work, because it did work. As we can see, there's compost. Oh, meal. Yep, no, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Wow. All over the place. I just remembered my ultimate plan for, like, fixing my gear for these berries. It still is, overall. Then I just used the, the Skelly farm, because it went a lot faster than I was expecting. But we had 26 of these suckers. That should get us pretty high up. Speaking of. Where is it? It's almost time to sleep. Bleh. I mean... It really does look good. It even looks better, though, as always. Like, you gotta look at it as it should be. Freaking moody. Look at that. So good. I'm serious. At some point, we just need to... like, set it to peaceful. Won't be for, like, gameplay. Like, once we get this first street done, especially, just to be able to, like, go down and enjoy. Like... full, like, black of night. Because I really don't get to do that, because the mobs are... a little too... But this doesn't actually light it up for actually being lit up. It just... I wish it did. What are you doing? Meester. Mm. There we go. There we go. How much have we gotten so far? 21. Yeah, this is gonna be a while. Alright. Honestly, what would be super nice is... I think one thing in moments like these, right? That I find myself thinking, I really kind of like the idea of being able to use from modded. And it's not something like, ironically, it's not like, oh, I want to kind of, like, have... Like, I don't know, uber powerful, like, tools or anything. I do want Vein Miner, obviously, in this one, but the ability to store my XP and then get it out when I need it. If I had been able to store that XP on multiple occasions in which I simply put just either didn't want it or need it at that point, but I'd like it for later. At moments like this, where I'm going to be doing this task and I'm going to have all of this, I could then, I don't have to go to like an XP farm or something. Or necessarily even build one. Because I already have the residuals I've just kind of saved over time. Instead of losing it to death. Or anything else, really. I'm sure that there's things that people would not like with it, because then it's like, one, you can, I guess, technically hide your levels in a hardcore world for the fact that you've died. But people already have ways around that anyway, so it doesn't really matter any. And I just think that, like if I'm playing a long-term world, right? If I don't want to lose my items and I want to go do something that I know I might lose them with, right? I can go store them in a chest. If I decide to take them with me and I lose them and they get destroyed or whatever, that is on me. But ironically, again, going towards current day, supposedly at least, promoting design concept, right? Then I should have some way for me to be able to store my XP levels. Therefore, if I lose them, it's on me. The player, that I didn't bother to store them. Am I crazy in thinking that would make more sense to have something like that. I mean, like, I find myself wondering at points like this, because, like, again, if that's um, their, their philosophy, then XP levels and the way you just lose them no matter what, in theory, like following that idea, I'm not necessarily getting to choose that my levels are all lost. Like, even, because I'm pretty sure on Java, keep inventory does not actually protect your levels. I don't know. I've never done keep inventory on. I mean, it does keep it usually on Bedrock. But then that gives a reason to be able to say, well, you don't keep those. Necessarily, if you don't like that, you know? Or a reason why that would be included in keep inventory. But it just, to me, I think looking at it, the more I think about it, the more I'm just confused by it. I suppose I should specify, I'm not saying that I definitely think it should be that way, necessarily. Or even if I do, that it's the only way to handle it. I just think, especially with the number of levels you'll be walking around with and stuff, if you're not able to just basically actually get back half of what you've lost, if you die, then there should be some other way to handle it, whether it be that you are able to store them, or that you effectively do have an ability to get part of it back. And I know they don't like mending, but, like, I don't know. I also go with just then don't add it to everything. It becomes less of an issue. But in reality, I feel like mending is kind of necessary for big projects. Or villagers. At this point, you really can't get rid of both. And maybe you disagree with me, but, like, sure, you might find... No, they haven't. What I'm saying is to nerf or whatever, right? And considering they've effectively tried to do that at least 2 or 3 different times at this point, and the backlash is the only reason they haven't, I'm just saying, like, if you think about it, and it's the same thing with villagers. But the reality is, the biggest use for both mending and villagers isn't, like, longevity or anything like that, right? Or in that way. Or rather, like, just avoiding, like, doing stuff. It's effectively a way to prevent, grind. Instead of having to grind out another several diamonds, right? I'm not sure they think about that. But like, think about it. You're far more likely to play a game in that you can continue to do what you need to do, right? So, for example, with mending, if you only basically need to do a one-time grind, usually to get your tools, and then to set up something for repairing your tools effectively, your mending, then you're far less likely to get frustrated at losing a pickaxe. Rather, you're far less likely to get frustrated at, like, the fact that you have, like, a low amount of XP left, right? On the thing. You'll know you can just go repair it. Villagers are effectively a guarantee at having the possibility at having the ability to re-get your gear. In a timely manner. Instead of spending maybe 8 hours, right, getting your perfect tools, blah blah blah, you can spend like you spend a couple hours one time, and then from there you have everything to go quickly get. Maybe it's 20 minutes, maybe it's an hour to get everything, but effectively you're not going to be sitting there getting frustrated that you're having to regain your gear again. I don't know if, like, I know it feels like, oh, that takes away from the hardcore aspect, but to me, it simply allows you to basically be able to get back into playing the game. Anyone who says they prefer it, well, then play that way and actually decide if you actually prefer it. If you won't, then you probably don't actually like that method, right? If you try to argue, well, it's because you have the other methods in the game, well, that's not the fault of the thing existing. Fault within yourself, which, in all honesty, acknowledging that it's, I don't know, it's just something I find weird. I guess that kind of just, I kind of went off topic of, I was just saying I would rather have something for XP, but I just find myself looking and really, like, that's the thing. I think things like mending and stuff, but I think something to be able to store XP potentially makes sense. Your tools break because you, well, you used them because you didn't end up getting mending on them, right? So I feel like that's their design. Like, if that's their design, then it makes sense. If you don't have villagers, that's the design of, yeah, if you didn't bother to set them up, now you gotta go spend an hour getting diamonds, enchantments, blah blah blah, all done again. But then the question becomes XP. And ironically, I feel like this is something you could have be a mid-tier thing. Because, obviously, that's when you're getting into enchantment and stuff. It doesn't have to be easy. Maybe it's something you get from the Nether. Maybe it's something you specifically get from piglins. I think that would be fair. Sure, if you chuck enough gold at it. But that's, again, that would be if you're at the end game. But I just think, for, like, when you realize you're gonna later, like, let's say you fall in love and you lose all your stuff and now you have lost all your XP. Now you don't necessarily have a way to get to your XP farm either. So basically, not only do you have to do that grind that way if you don't have villagers, now depending on how you... And while this isn't a big issue for, like, it necessarily, like, if you play with other people, I'm just saying, I feel like an ability to store enchantment points, I think that's something I'd like to see. again, like, if they're gonna continue to be like, oh, focusing on the mid-game, early game, that's something that becomes so frustrating. Mostly at that point. Like, once you have your farms and all that, blah, blah, blah. But early game, like, I mean, think about it. You try to store every little bit to try and get your enchantments. If you know what that is, even. If you had a potential possibility at getting that, and again, I don't think it should be something that's easy to get necessarily. I think it'd be fair to have it be something that you do have to find. Effectively replacing, like, mending as something defined that way. Or you need, like, to gather up a certain number of materials. Maybe you need to get a skulk. Like, maybe you need to get something skulk related. Yeah, then you have the problem of needing skulk itself, actually. No. Yeah. So, skulk or the crystals. Yeah. That's not really as mid or early game or mid game necessarily, but you can get it early game or mid game. The crystal, the thingy that you use to make the compass. I don't know what it's called at the moment. I know it normally. But those things, they don't really have a whole lot of use. That could be another use to them, is to make something like that. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I was just saying, like, if they want it to be something like that, that also gives a real reason to go into ancient cities, I guess. To go find those things. After all, being able to store your enchantment points so that you can use them later will be kind of nice. I mean, it's not necessarily a necessity. But, like, if I could stick my 32 levels of enchanting, right, into, I don't know, a box or whatever. I wouldn't mind being able to do that. So then, when I need to turn around and repair my equipment, I can. Not because I think... But yeah, like I said, I think... Give a reason. Ultimately, your reason to go to an ancient city is effectively, for the most part, either cosmetics or you want Swift Sneak. If you don't care about those things, I don't. Usually. Then you're only necessarily going to maybe go to one, if any. And then the only thing becomes, yet again, but it's limited to basically the number of ancient cities in the world. I did drink, by the way. I did. Which it opens the question of potentially being able to replicate them. And blah blah blah. But yeah, no, being able to find them first would be fine. Or having to find them first. Or find something that has to force it, but I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm just cray-cray because I look at things different. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm more going, okay, well, that's how you guys put it, so do you mean it? Alright. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this is the window. Yep. What? Not sure I'm understanding what you mean. Mess. Alright, so that should match up. Alright, so here and here, right? I need to get that. Oh, but do I want the one in the middle as well? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. That way it kind of matches each floor. Alright. I need to see this a second. Is it at least too high? Yeah. Well, I guess that means that the floor probably shouldn't be as tall as it is, but I don't know, the first floor is, so yeah. There we go. All right. Because it's a pain to remember. I messed up. Well, it's not that big of a mess up because I can fix it, but... I don't disagree. I mean, that would be vein miner, wouldn't it? I know they don't want to do that, or something akin to that, at least. Or, hello, Chris! How are you? As you can see, we're, working on this building today. Well, maybe not. Like, you can see it from this side. Look, we've added a whole other layer now. Almost. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've said they should do like a sawmill. Haven't I? I'd like a sawmill. I also like some purple here. I probably should do that at some point. Or like blue, I guess. Well, not really a sawmill like that. Or a saw blade or something. I don't know. Or whatever they call it for... I can't remember what it's called on the board when they have the, the thing. The ability to make a bunch of wood stuff. Along with a villager type that would go with it as well. Whether it be a lumberjack or a, carpenter. Again, if they could continue adding things that are kind of... Oh, yeah. Chris, I'm gonna break your heart today. There's the cape. I told you I have it. Potentially a villager. I told you I have the cape. 2. I spent like 24 hours on that stupid thing. That is the cape that I got from completing their most recent, like, stupid questline thing. Which was technically kill 5 mobs with a spear. Well, then what about... I'm saying like the stonemason, right? that we have, right? Or you could potentially buy various types of wooden items. I talked about it last time. It's a zombie horse texture. They sell stone. They sell... Oh, I could show you what I mean. Well, actually, not sell stone. You sell them stone. But this villager could have a variety of things. Maybe he buys saplings of various types, right? I mean, let's be real, after a certain point, you're kind of drowning in saplings. Unless it's, unless you make a wood farm specifically, but, like, if you don't... And even then, you could easily start drowning in saplings, depending on what kind you make. Like, I mean, cherry blossoms drop a ridiculous number. Oh boy. Okay, he's still following. Anyway, it's not moss, it's the zombie horse texture. For some reason, they thought that'd make a great cape. Anyway. If you say so. Anyway, point being, it was for... Yeah, see? So here's our stonemason. See? Your mason, right? You can buy bricks. You can buy chiseled stone blocks. You have the potential at buying a polished version of diorite, granite, or andesite. Or I do believe now dripstone block, some form of terracotta, or glazed terracotta, and quartz, right? I just think that something like that, but for wood, would be nice. So, how about pale oak? Let's say you don't want to go to... Try and find a pale oak forest. That's one that you might want to get a carpenter for. But I was more saying, like, you could sell them bone blocks or saplings of various kinds and the like. There's a variety of things that you could potentially sell them that you just kind of end up with a stack of. And I just was saying, like, an alternative that allows for an actual alternative to stick selling. It doesn't feel as annoying as, say, some of the other ones, like iron. No. I'm picking bone meal because, well, I wasn't picking bone meal itself. I was picking bone blocks or bones. Because then, like, for selling. I mean, I don't know. Yes, for cherry blossoms and the like. But you do realize that sometimes to find something like pale oak, you gotta go over 10,000 blocks out. And farther. In fact, depending on your world, you might not have certain types of wood types. Because you got unlucky with your random pull and your world is 90% desert. I mean, do we want to go back to the Christmas village, Chris? Or, oh, here's another example over here. Ah, yes. Who's using pale oak? Who indeed? I'm just saying. I'm more inclined towards the workstation block than the actual carpenter. Okay, but I think adding a villager type that matches it would just be nice as well. Okay. And by that argument, who's using a shepherd? For example. I very rarely see people actually use shepherds for what they have, which are things like shears and wool products. But they basically added it to match up to the loom. So I'm just saying, carpenter of some kind, or woodsman. I think, and like I was saying, I think you could have it be where he'll sell you logs, stairs, or planks or whatever, but that he does not sell you the saplings, because that would be a little counterintuitive. Speedrunners use it. Well, for all you know, speedrunners might use the carpenter / woodsman, depending. It might be worth it. It might not, but they add a stupid amount of load anyway. Might as well. Heck, I mean, this guy got added to the game. Well, he does have some useful trade. On a regular world, he's not that useful. So are villagers as a whole. I mean, ironically, a lot of villager types just never get used for their actual purposes, if you will, or things that you could get from them. So they kind of just sit there. Well, I suppose they could add... That could be how they could... Okay, I got it. So, the carpenter could sell variants of blocks in different wood types. And that could be how you have to get them. And the saw block as well, but the carpenter has a potential, but... So let's say you want a dark oak chest. This is where I go with this. This way, if you just make it in a... Specifically, if you make an oak chest, or if you make a chest in the crafting table, you will always get this chest. But if you make it via... Kinda. But my point is, so this chest remains as the one that you make default in the crafting table. But then either... There's some way that you can use the sawmill or whatever it's called. Let's just call it the woodcutter. Stonecutter, woodcutter, right? Or the carpenter / lumberjack. To be able to get a dark oak chest, or a spruce chest, or a birch chest to match. Or another example could be like bookshelves. Maybe you want to have dark oak bookshelves. Obviously, the biggest reason why they don't do it is they've stated themselves, other than they want the creativity, blah blah, but that doesn't really make sense. They shouldn't have added normal shelves if that was their actual reason, and I guarantee the actual reason is more likely along the lines of Because anything and everything, if it already exists, quite literally, now you have to figure out how to get all the variants, or without destroying the original. You can go, well, that'll make it a nuke, but there's just different things. Maybe. But I think it's a good compromise because they have stated part of why they don't do the retextured chests is because they don't want to break people's worlds. Right? And that to change that would potentially lead to all your chests getting broken. So default chest remaining as is. Point being, thus the default chest does not break. And yeah, but then they would have to go back because people would be like, why would you do this? And it just, I'm just saying an easier way to handle it is you can introduce either a new block or a new profession specifically for that kind of thing. And that can actually give it some actual purpose. Or, to be honest, add some things that people potentially like in-game. Like, let's be real. The chest kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, they have. Have you seen how that went down with Bedrock? Or the end goal, the end point there. Which means I will probably never play Bedrock again. Because it just ticks me off that much. Which they don't want. Or at the very least not on stream. Probably won't go back to my world, even though I'd love to. At the same time, I don't trust that it's not bugged out to ridiculousness. Or the fact that they've only maybe sort of for some people, but for other people haven't fixed the memory leak issue. It's ended in a mess. Vibrant Visuals is the end of that road. The initial version. And that's coming to Java, by the way. Just as a little reminder to you, Chris. And you probably won't be able to turn it off on Java. How's that feel? Well, that's the end line of that. That's saying. Yeah. Because that's what they want to do. And depending on how they're feeling, you could be banned from your single-player worlds because they don't want you to be playing the game this way you're playing it. Saying, basically, to the players, right, or, yeah, is effectively how they're now kind of in a lawsuit due to that. Think about it. By shutting down all the gun mods and making it so difficult to understand, the one guy is now suing them and working through a whole court case. That one guy, right? That's the inevitable result of just saying, and the players don't care. They don't matter. It feels good to be able to say that. But in reality, it doesn't help business long term, especially if competitors start appearing out the gate. And depending on how Hytale is, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people playing it in like a week or so, right? Just over like, it's like literally just over a week now, right? If it's good enough, people really and truly might just start moving over to Hytale if they don't like this one as much. You've got where a lot of people have already kind of moved over to Vintage Story. And a few other clones of the same kind of ilk. Not because... Maybe. Depends on how bad Minecraft Mojang team messes up versus how good is Hytale. Yeah, people moved over to Lego Fortnite. Not everybody. Some people came back, but some people never did. It's still going. You can pretend it's not, but it is in fact still a thing. Go ahead. I'm not saying it's like uber popular. I'm just saying there are people who never came back. Doesn't mean everybody. Yeah. That would inevitably lead to... Is it? Wait, are you even able to check the counts? And what's the number count? I would have thought you would enlist that. If it's so dead. Ultimate way to prove it. List them numbers. Yeah. So dead. Sure. And as Tomas said, apparently there's another big update. Coming for that one, so you know. Probably gonna have a lot of people go play for that. Yes. But there's a lot of games that are considered relatively successful. Wait, are you comparing Steam? No, or are you comparing like actual player count, or are you comparing like Twitch numbers? Making sure. But my point was more along the lines of that's potentially 2 point... I think it was fair of me to ask. That's the way you put it. But my point was more along the lines of that's just one of many things. No, did I say... Well, maybe per server. It's not that it's like overall like overwhelming, like oh it's gonna be crazy, but over time these things can eventually just kind of chip away. And if you make enough bad decisions, that number starts going way, way up. I'm gonna be honest, the biggest thing to me that makes me go, Hytale doesn't look that bad. It's something as simple as tree capitator. You're able to cut down a whole tree from the bottom. Something that I would argue really kind of, at this point, should have some possibility in base Minecraft. It could be an enchantment. It could be a specific type of block. Or, like, material. Yeah. when they showed off their gameplay trailer, that's literally one of the things they showed off that it will do. It has that from the get-go. Because they're adding the things they want in the game. I'm not saying it's amazing. I'm not saying it's going to necessarily be a Minecraft killer, because I'm not. And I don't think that necessarily would be the case. The only thing that can truly be a Minecraft killer is the own devs of Minecraft. Which there's a high possibility of. But I'm just saying... And apparently it'll also have dungeons and stuff. And especially like farther along. When I look at some of the things in it, I see a lot of things that I think could be half decent. But like I said, it's not on its own. True. Possibly. But that's the only thing that keeps it alive. After a certain point. But think about it. Let's say they basically try to force you to have to, at the very least, and they do. Even if you do not actually update the game on what you're playing, it will already force it to be that basically you have updated it to that version. You just aren't playing on that version. Because every time they update the launcher, that's what it's basically doing. So in other words, you are actually being forced to update. You're just not being forced to play the update. So let's say they decide to introduce an update that if you do something specific, right, then they will have you banned. It doesn't matter what kind of world you're on. Again, this is the end result of doing whatever the heck they want, telling the players, yeah, whatever. Because that is how that works. Yeah. And I'm not saying, like, Lego Fortnite one or the other. That's why I wasn't specifically using an example. I was more using something like Vintage Story, or whatever it's called. Even if I don't personally have an interest in it, I could see where someone who likes that kind of thing has the appeal. Right? I was quite literally more just thinking actual... Looks like Minecraft because it's a voxel-based one. Right? 4J Studios that made the console version of Minecraft are designing their own version. That will have the ability to have things like hills and the like that aren't just like this. They'll actually have some actual look to it and all that, right? And that's kind of where I go with it. I don't go, oh, Minecraft evil company, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, in general, the end result of just deciding your player base does not matter is eventually the competition outmatches you. It's not necessarily at first. Right? It might not feel like it. But effectively, the more decisions like that you make, the more like people are to turn to different products that do what they want. Or to make that product. And then have those people like that. Being conscious of that kind of stuff is what lets your game stick around much longer. Well, I mean, I could think of several that are, Oh. I mean, sort of. Yeah, that's true. Multiverses. That's a good example, Tomas. That's just gone. Completely shut down. And nobody has anything to show for it. Because Warner Brothers did not have enough money to keep it running. Yep. That is an example. I mean, it has. Other people pop in and start from the beginning, and then eventually they drop out as well. Think about it. But see, the thing is, eventually there's not enough new people popping in. WoW is basically, like, of all the ones to pick, like, yeah. Final Fantasy XIV did. The only reason people are playing WoW right now is because Final Fantasy XIV did an update they didn't like. So they went back. They're like, if I'm gonna have to have a crappy story, I'll just play the crappy story here. But not everybody. But the biggest thing is part of really replacing WoW. Beyond that, lots of things have, technically. Any game... Yeah. They did outclass them for numbers for at one point. As far as how the public was interested in whatever, right? And if you really want to go there for a game like that, we'll just look at free-to-play games that have open world to allow you to interact with other people. Any game that does that, even if it's free-to-play, with a bunch of, like, gacha or whatever, if you're able to interact with other people, and you want to add some of those in, I'm pretty sure there's some pretty big ones out there. They just don't charge a subscription service. I never said WoW, or I never said Elder Scrolls. I was more thinking... I think a good example would be... And no, I'm not saying it actually is, I'm pretty sure it's not, but what if Genshin Impact had that ability to do that with WoW? It would immediately replace WoW. Not because it's so much better. Yep, Genshin. Okay, never mind. Genshin, absolutely. Okay. Never mind. I guess they do have that ability. Never played Genshin. Don't know. I didn't say it has to be like WoW, now did I? That does not mean that that's why it's replaceable. Like I said, the thing is, Minecraft, the type of games that it replaced, it wasn't like those games necessarily. I suppose a good example would be board games. How many people play board games nowadays? Even if you can buy... You're trying to eat. don't know. I didn't say that it's not fun playing them. I just said how many people play them nowadays, and actual ones, and not that stupid whatever the heck app, whatever. That is an absolute scam in a lot of ways, and not really Monopoly. What do you think you're doing? Well, there you go. But my point is, a lot that kind of got replaced. Not that people don't enjoy playing it. But that overall, it just no longer is a large part. It's not in the same way. And ironically, at this point, like, if you want to go for things that are coming back into the whatever, right? I know that RuneScape's actually becoming more of a thing again. With some of their recent extensions. So who knows how that's gonna go. I'm not saying that they ever specifically, like, shut down or anything, to be clear. Just... You know, here's why WoW's a bad example. Because they give... I've thought of it. Why, like, for the original concept... I didn't say that I don't... Because... My point... That's true. Well, I mean, to be fair to Fallout 76, I mean, right now they're on sale for, like, $1. That's on sale. So... people are gonna pop back in. But see, the thing is, the updates basically listen to people, right? When they try to go... Well, see, that was when they were going, bleep you to the player base. That didn't work out, so they started doing things for the player base. Thus, it became halfway decent. It's the same thing with WoW to some extent. They'll do something that the player base doesn't like, right? And then they'll either walk it back, or they'll give them something that they, at least they're like, ooh, shiny. But if they didn't just do at least something like that, right? Yep, WoW Classic. WoW Classic is where most people ended up going. For a decent time. Because that's just it, see? But players want that, so they did that. It wasn't that it was... But that's how they kept their player base. They went... Yep. But notice, that's different than going... And the original thing that we were discussing here. Just telling the player base, it doesn't matter. Instead, it basically was... Yeah. Yeah. I do think that, to some extent, they should. At the very least, before making stupid decisions. The player base does not want their chest to be destroyed. That was where the initial started, right? Of all their stuff. If they just say... If they just said, well, bleep you to them, which was your suggestion, well, then now everybody has all their inventory everywhere destroyed. And they lose people. And then we use the examples of places where people might go. That's why I'm saying that. I'm not saying, oh, they should just do whatever the heck. But I am saying, with something that significant, they shouldn't just... Yeah, they probably do. From what I've seen. Like, why? But you know what? They keep their player base. They keep them relatively happy despite it's so weird. Yeah. Again, it for the most part was just effectively you have to give people what they actually want. If you don't, and then they've been having issues again recently because they're doing stupid stuff again, from what I've understood. You know, then once they run out of shinies, they will have a real issue. But that's just it. You have to have it be something that's actually kind of good. Is it? I don't know. I mean, they've been having some other issues fighting with the voice actors that then did not have any reason to be on strike. Plus, their bigger focus now, I think, is on different... Isn't it in the Zone Zero? Isn't that also Hoyoverse? So I think it's probably just a... If I had to guess... Okay. But does that change what I said? Because apparently it has its own storyline as well, from what I've seen. Haven't played, to be clear. Yeah? Yeah, Fortnite. I think Fortnite has more than ZZZ. I don't know. Like, if you really want to go to fan service amounts and things and all that, there's plenty of games out there that do that. And, now mind you, just from what I've seen, but, like, going across the internet. But, oof. I'm gonna be honest, other games are definitely just as much or worse. I mean, have you seen Nikke? If you really want to go there. Oh, look it up. Nikke. And you will never ever again say that Zenless Zone Zero is the good name. Not Nikki. Nikke. Like, you cannot say Zenless Zone Zero when you know these other games that exist. Also supposed to have a really good story and all that, but... I'm just... We're gonna go there. Yeah, Cyberpunk. But that was my point. You can't really go, oh, Zenless Zone Zero is the... When there's so many... And it isn't really, from what I've heard. It has a nice story and everything, but... I'm just gonna go here. And, yeah, like Tomas said, no, it's not fan service, Cyberpunk, where you literally have an entire. Well, no, it actually is. It's got a game story and everything, dude. The Zenless Zone Zero isn't just. It's just that most people just like that part of it, just like they do for other things as well. It'd be weirder if not the case. Ironically, I mean, they might push their ads that way now, but their initial ads were very much not that. Chris, in Baldur's Gate, you're literally able to a bear. I really don't feel like it's the same as anime waifus and husbandos. Like, there's degeneracy, and then there's that. You really want to go there. Yes. Oh, wow. Never mind. Yeah, that doesn't, See, we were comparing to Cyberpunk, now were we? We were comparing to Zenless Zone Zero. Let's be real. You don't have to try to pull for certain costumes and the like. So it is still by choice. Do you play Zenless Zone Zero, Chris? Is that why you have such in-depth knowledge of this? Okay, but that's TikTok. TikTok tries to claim everything is like that. I'm gonna be honest, from what I've heard, TikTok makes it look a lot worse than it actually is. From people that I watch that actually play the game. Didn't say you did do the bear, did I? I said the fact that you can do the bear. Very big difference. Nope. I watched somebody that plays it though. Actually plays it. And I've thought about it. I'm not really into gachas, although I do play like one gacha. That's definitely worse than Zenless Zero. But I like the minigames. Huh? No. Okay, I don't play them. I don't care. I'm just more saying, I just don't feel like, especially in comparison to other games. True. My bigger thing is I'm just left with, it doesn't mean that the game is just spicy content. I know TikTok has an obsession with trying to claim that about the game, that it's just spicy content. But I mean, that's... You wanna know something? Like, here's a way to look at it. So, Commercials. Commercials set up a lot about a game, right? Not that they're accurate, to be clear, right? Always. But for ones that do, and especially for gacha games, they like to at least show up what their goal is with playing. That kind of thing, right? The initial concept. And this is true. Once it gets beyond that point, then they just focus on the, oh, look at this character you can get. But I mean, think about it. By that argument, you could claim that Uma Musume is also a game that is cool. Because TikTok sometimes tries to claim that. It's a game about horse racing. Look it up. Feel free. Yeah, look it up. Go ahead. Let's see. Let's see how you feel after. I'm not. Every single one of those horse girls are based on an actual horse. Literally. Every single one of them. Yeah, didn't say they weren't, did I? But they are literally named after specific horses. Like, if you look at a character name and you look them up, you'll get both the character and you'll get the actual horse. I'm surprised you didn't know what it was. Yeah. Yes. A male horse. Because it's both types of horses. It's technically fathered many a great racehorse at this point. I'm dead. Yeah. Because basically you can tell by what side the ribbon is on, apparently. What if it's on, like, one side, it's a, girl horse in real life. If it's on the other. There's an anime too, yep. Yep. How did you not know about this game? I barely, like, follow the gacha game stuff. Ever. And I knew about this one. And it's like I said, it's more like if somebody I watch actually, like, be able to kind of give a nuanced take. Like, I'm starting to really think, like, if you go by TikTok, you definitely have no idea what the Dune games are. Or the other games like that. TikTok is stupid. I didn't say they were for you, did I? I don't typically do them either. I really do feel like I should be subheaded. It's pretty clear. And yeah, I don't think I'm terribly surprised, considering, again, you thought Zenless Zone Zero, which by the way also has male characters, I should point this out, that you can gacha pull for, was a straight up just Goon game. Or Zenless Zone Zero, rather. Most of the Goon games do not do that. At the very least, as few as possible. Because it's not aimed at... It's usually aimed either one way or the other. It's not usually both. The worst one I've heard of... it's like, what is it? Love in Deep Space or whatever? I don't know what it's called. That one is... Nope, I have never played that one. The only gacha game I have ever played is oh, what's it called? Slow Life Enter the World. That's what it is. Fair enough. And mostly because they've got like they do events where they like do basically every single one of the different types of little mini games you'll see on like phone stuff. So you can actually have play them. And I picked it up randomly. And then didn't hate it. But I skipped every single thing. I literally only play for gameplay. Fair enough. Blinded by the dark, without fear, I will reach. The thing is, I don't think gacha games are the end of the world. So long as you have restraint. I just don't usually like them because I don't usually get into the whole... I just don't have an interest in them. Like I said, I only even picked that one up because it's that whole thing, you know, where you watch, oh, I never would. Where you watch the game ads and they do this or that random stupid thing. And it's just like, this game just has whole events where they just do that because they saw that and so they did that. So it's like, okay, I want to do this one. I have a chance of doing this one. Like the frustration, like after a while, it's like, blinded by the dark. But overall, I personally don't care about the No, I won't. I'll probably move on. Like I said, the only one I play, I don't care about that aspect overall. I'll do the polls I get for free, but... Yep. Oh, I know they do. But I mean, I also like the fact that, like, for... I mean, especially now when you get one for free. For the... they do a lot of crossovers with like a lot of other isekai stuff because that's their whole thing. So that's the other reason I started playing. So I was just like, well, I could try. Never get what you want, but don't spend money on it. Yep, it's the one that people kind of credit. Actually, not just Skyrim. I'm pretty sure it was also, from what people have said, Oblivion. I don't think Crispin's wife is. I mean, that's fine. Notice I personally don't really... Well, I guess in my case, the husband does. Be more... I definitely don't play those games. Mostly because I just don't feel there's a reason. They don't look very interesting. I'm not interested in, actually spicy games. So that's the biggest thing I'm left with, like, with your whole thing with this in this one, is that there's games where you literally that are gacha games and the like. Especially for women. It's something that was super weird for me to find out, where I'm just like, what are you talking about that this game exists? Again, I don't play it. I barely know what the name of it is. But upon hearing upon it, I was more disturbed than anything else. From what I remember, because this was like part of what was being discussed, it like the amount of money that it had made was like more than I don't remember, but it was stupid ridiculous. I was just like, why does this game? And I'm sure it's not the only one. Just the only one I know of, because it's... But, yeah, no, I think the big thing I'm getting out of this... Yeah, that one exists. Is that you really don't hang around the anime space, Chris. Do ya? Like anime and manga and all that. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. If Uma Musume horrified you. And that one, you specifically they have to specifically be wholesome with that one because the mafia is involved. Or the Yakuza, rather. I mean, that's fine. I follow several... Well, mostly because I've honestly followed them for like... 10 years at this point. Yeah. But, like... Even that much it's enough to know about these games. Oh yeah. You're not gonna want to hear some news then about that one. Or the author of that one. Well... Oh, you're just trying to be evil, Tomas. No. That's just mean. Well, so they're going to be getting more. It's going to get a movie for the end of the series. Because the author wanted that to be the case. And it's going to have an anime original ending. Apparently. Yeah. Like I said, the only reason I know it exists is because there's like I watch some channels. That's part of why I watch some of them. Or if I just kind of wanted to see just funny memes, you know? Cause... But yep, it's apparently getting one. It's apparently gonna have an anime original ending. And if you want to know how bad that might be, especially if the author's involved, the author also wrote Oshi no Ko. If you didn't know that. If you know anything about how the guy's been lately. But again, I don't really follow that kind of stuff. I only even really knew because I want to get some anime news or whatever. Yeah. Yep. And obviously because I actually do follow that kind of stuff. I mean, a lot of these different things will get, like, sponsored and stuff. Or, like, there's some, like, beyond that, there's some animation channels I watch that occasionally get, like, they'll get, like, sponsored to do a little animation. Specifically by MiHoYo, so you see a lot of either, like, Genshin Impact or, like, Zenless Zone Zero. It'll just be about the whatever update. And in all honesty, like, who they hire to do it says a lot too. You know? Art style wise. And the answer is typically relatively, let's just say, not sexy. There's a billion gacha out there at this point, Tomas. Coming up with just, like... I'm just in general saying, I can definitely tell that... yeah, Crystal Toots is, like... not... very aware of what is out there. Yep. Like, and I guess the biggest thing for me, part of why I know so many ones to be like, yeah, is that they'll pay. Also, because I watch, like, anime tubers, YouTube likes to assume that, of course, I must want to play some of these games. So, you know, I get advertisement for it. And I'm just like, why? Oh. Some of them are really horrible. Honestly, that's why I don't mind Zenless Zone Zero, the biggest reason. Their ads, I don't feel super awkward having them, usually, come across my screen in the same way that some games do. I'm just like, why? Oh yeah, YouTube definitely thinks I'm a dude. also tried to tell me on the so, not sure why. And some of them, they're not so bad when it's just talking about, like, it has a crossover event for where it's starting. I don't mind those as much, because it's like, okay, whatever. Because they'll usually just show the characters that they have a crossover event with, so those are fine, but when it decides to show off a new one, it's a 50-50 shot on... Are they? I don't know about that. I'm sure. Anyway, I'm just saying in general, and I mean, I know it's partially like the channels that I watch. Nah, I think Buddha would end up being an S. I'm going to be honest. Not that I'd want him to be, but yeah. Maybe like an R. Super, super rare. I think it's something like that. I don't remember what it's exactly. But it's like the second to top rating usually with gacha. Or other things akin to that. Yeah, it's super, super rare. Yeah. Because you have rare, and then you have super rare, and then you have super, super rare, and you have like UR, which I'm not sure is like maybe ultimately rare or something. I'm not sure. UR. Typically. Yeah, ultra rare. Yeah, exactly. It's U. Oh. Although sometimes there's like a one that'll be above that, but ultra rare is typically the rarest. Actually, sorry, no. The normal rate, its normal rating is usually rare, or the lowest. Normal, rare, super rare, super, super rare, ultra rare. That's what it is. But there's not typically like a whole lot of normal. But super, like, rare is like usually pretty easy to get. Because, like you said, it's a semi-flood system. It's to make you feel special even if you get a crappy character. It's not that they're crappy, it's just that they're just rare. They're not super rare or super, super rare. I mean, I think the real answer is that they start out with that, and then they basically have, especially since with events and stuff, you can't really just go, oh, this is just, normal, right? Because unless the event is guaranteed to happen again or whatever, it's gonna be a rare. At the lowest, potentially a super rare. I think that just basically ends up being like normal, and there's not ever like an easy. I mean, part of what I liked about the one I play is it's pretty easy to get. No, some of them you're not guaranteed a rare. You might just get a normal. You'll get other items or whatever. You're not guaranteed the character. That'd be ridiculous. And I'm saying this sarcastically, to be clear, but, Yeah. You oftentimes will get like other things. Whether it be stuff to upgrade your characters, be a level or whatever, or it's a thing. Hmm? I mean, items aren't that crazy. It's just usually things like crystals or well, it depends on what it is. But some sort of like just item. Hmm? Depends on the game. There's a lot that do it. The one that I play, it's just like you just get the crystals. It's just one of the things you can get, and that allows you to like. Don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's another game. I think someone else is making a point. Yeah, there are several that do that. Like I said, I know I like mine. Like once you get it, then you start to have like puzzle pieces to upgrade, but it's the same. Probably. Well, not specifically to Mars, but there's probably something called that. I hate to tell you this. There's a zillion of them. Okay. The thing is... yeah, I think there probably is one for that. But I think it was actually using your spelling, but there probably is one that is... Because the reality is it's not really about, spicy characters. That's just a great way to get people to spend money. And I mean a lot of money. But I mean, they're usually for anything and everything. There's literally a semi-gacha game for cats, with like cats and soup. What's called? To get the different kinds of cats, you have to make the gacha pull. I wasn't even talking about cats, like battle cats. I was an entirely different one. Yeah. Or you have to make different parts of the soup, is the way it works. And juice and stuff. I, like, played it for, like, a few hours, but I was not in... It's very much an idle game, too. It's just to get the different variants of cat, you kind of have to... Yeah, gotchable. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, it's just... They'll do anything. biggest irony is like, you would think it'd be for the different stations to get different stuff, but no, that's just kind of unlocks. But if you want a cat to man it, well, you need to pull for a cat. Each cat is unique. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, like I said, I when you get into it, I don't think it's a rabbit hole you really want to go down, Chris. Actually looking at some of these. But like, if you were to, you would realize Vinland Saga Zero wishes it could be those games. At the end of the day. And that's where we finish this. Never said they were. Now did I? I mean, as I said, the thing to me was that whenever they do like if I see something that's doing a crossover, if it's with something I enjoy, maybe, but yeah, no, not waifus. Definitely not. Cross plus windows or whatever. I think some of the worst ones I've had, or weirdest ones, actually, you know? Fair enough. Although I think the real answer is just ignore. You know, you could just literally say, like, pick your favorite female character, because that honestly is where it really started, more than like, it's gone weirder places as it's gone along. It depends on who you're talking to. Like I said, a lot of people have made it a lot more weird. But oftentimes, like, you can just be like, yeah, my favorite female character. I'm not, like... I think the best way to kind of... look at it that way. There's people who will make it more. Fair enough. I mean, I'm just saying that that's one way that it has been used, and you can say that that is the method that you're using, not the who's fight, because not... Let's be real, not everybody has the hands. But there are people who make it more than. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's just whatever. Like I said, it depends on the person. Some people, it just means their favorite character. Other people, it's a character they find, ooh. But it literally is a case-by-case basis. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's gonna be super tall. I love how you just assume that Chris must have watched Evangelion. And thus even know what you're talking about. I figured. I'm gonna be honest. With, yeah, well, not really. They'll claim that online, and if it was real life, they'd cower. Thousands. There's a lot of people who take that very seriously. But they won't do it. But the reality is, it's gonna be online. Not typically. And I think the best answer is if you literally haven't watched it. I haven't really watched it. I think you mean Ren. Or Ren. There. Tomas. Rimmeran. Or do you mean... Emilia? Again, depending on what Chris has watched, Chris may have no idea what you're talking about. Typically it's translated as Ram, with an RAM, which is why there's a lot of jokes about it. See? Chris, have you ever seen, Zero? Actually, no, probably not. Not Zero, not Zero, 3-0. Zero's and everything. Let's just set them on those. Or a thing called Zero, those. Anyway, see? Can't pick stuff like that. One of them is, yes. The other one is the one with blue hair. And the answer you should always give in that situation is most likely Rem. Or, if you want to be Mimi and her and make them upset, Amelia. I feel free. Yeah, but you gotta be careful with that one. Because those guys actually will seek you out. Actually, I don't know if they still would. Back when, well, a couple years ago they would have. No, I mean, maybe not, because I think she's actually gotten more, I don't know how to put it. I'm not sure. I hate to say, I'm not even sure if you're spelling them right at all. On that one, because I'm not sure which one you're talking there. Is that, I feel like I should know it, though. Name the series so I can guess. Nuts. Ah. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Now I know who they are. And that is the best answer you can give, Chris. On that one. There's no right answers there. For a variety of reasons. I get the feeling you don't know very many. Outside of, like... And mind you, Frieren is good. But, yeah. Because every single one of the ones that he's listed is one that's typically considered a, at this point, classic. That you've got to see at least once. If you want to call yourself an anime fan. Anime. Sure, different time periods and everything, but it's a you must watch list, basically. Starting with the most classic of classics, Evangelion. Then going into... Fine. Sakura Kanata. You are a very rare individual. I will tell you that. I do agree. I do agree. I honestly was quite confused when people were like hating on Sakura. Because I never watched the anime. I had only read the manga. Oh, that's a good one. That's again will be a anime versus manga. split kind of thing. Ironically. I honestly, yep, I knew it. Because, like I said, manga versus anime. I'm gonna guess. Could be where you kind of go with that one. Nearly is. People different. Honestly, that's one of the things that I don't care for as much with older anime. Is that oftentimes, like, especially if it was the that's a good one. But like, oftentimes the anime of a series would just kind of cut a lot. Character from a character, like a female character, especially like, or they'll add things that just never happen and stuff, and they'll just make the character an entirely different character. I know you don't necessarily completely agree, but that's kind of where or rather wouldn't necessarily, but that's kind of where I end up going. Like, the manga version of Sakura, so much better than anime version from what I've heard, because they they quite honestly added quite a lot to them. Fair. I think it's what was supposed to be there. But yeah, that was something that I was, like I said, where people were just like, they're just like, what are people talking about? I think my biggest thing was me being confused when I see like people talking about how Sakura, she just always just like Sasuke and stuff. Like, she kind of did move on in the manga, or at least try to, and kind of do. Like, she is straight up ready for him to die. For me, I'm just always like, I don't know. But that was because, like I said, I never watched the anime. I didn't have as much of an interest. It ended up confusing me. That's kind of where I end up going as well with, like, Orihime is good. They kind of cut quite a bit of her stuff. And then added more to Rukia, and it just kind of was like... But if you only read the manga and you don't watch the anime... I think they did that because... realistically speaking... I definitely... You can often tell, like, if an anime student, like, the people who are doing the animating or whatever, right? Seem to have had a bias towards, like, a specific, like, female lead interest kind of thing. For the character. And they kind of absolutely seem to do things to effectively change perspective, if you will. So, like, in Naruto, what they did is they gave Sakura's, they made her slightly nasty, but not really all that nasty, into super nasty. And then they leaned more into Hinata as well. Plus, they leaned far heavier into the concept, oh, she very much was into Sasuke, even after she wasn't anymore. And it was quite literally, like, just Naruto telling her, oh yeah, I know you still like him, and she's like, no, I don't. So, yeah. But effectively, that's not as great for if you want people to like Hinata more, who in the manga was literally just a stalker. I mean, she didn't have all these moments for things that people talk about. So for me, I was like, she only shows up like 4 times. That's because in the anime, they gave her more, they fleshed her out more, blah blah blah, other than like the few moments, like just as a love interest potential. But it becomes confusing for, like, if you're a manga-only reader. And honestly, I think this is part of the biggest divide between if you read manga versus watch anime, is quite literally for the older stuff. Who you would think would make sense where, right? Or not necessarily, like, as love interest or whatever. But to be more clear, more exact, like, where you can see where the author is potentially coming from on one thing or other. It's so different. For me, since I'd only seen, like, the first 2 or so seasons of Bleach, when I, by the time, or a couple seasons, but I didn't really think too much about it because I'd read the manga. I was super confused when people threw fits that at the end, Ichigo picks Orihime because there's, in the manga, extremely clear indications that he does have an interest in her and she does have an interest in him throughout this whole thing. But then it's like, if you watch the anime, a lot of those moments literally get cut from the anime to instead push more Rukia moments, which, yeah. It can be quite insane to go back and look at that and be like, wait a minute. And yeah, that's one of the things that was for me for a long time. When I hear about that stuff and I'm just like, but it's fine as it was. Not as bad of a thing now because seasonal anime, I feel like a lot of it is a lot more kind of, they don't get those chances to slip things in and stuff because there's no filler arcs in that way. But I do think that it definitely hindered a lot of theories where main girl in the manga basically gets regulated to maybe female sidekick in an anime. And then, you know, when the ending happens and it's the manga ending, it's like, you confused idiots that, well, maybe not idiots, but that only followed the anime to the end, thinking, or followed the anime, and thus not knowing that this isn't gonna follow the same, like, there's the whole things that are just kind of removed. That was one thing that was just to me, in general. Where I'm just like, especially just as years go by and everything, the more I'll be like, this has to be something that's anime only. Aquarius. I love Fairy Tail too. I need to get caught up on 100 Year Quest. I'm not even sure Chris is paying attention anymore. Because they're not even an I don't know. And what is your pick, Tomas? For them? Nah, it's not so random if you, like I said, if you've read the manga. Sakura's a lot better of a character than Hinata in the manga. Like seriously. Fair enough. Because, well, yeah, she's weak as all get out. She actually gets character development and stuff. Hinata just kind of exists. And it's kind of the same with Orihime and Rukia. I mean, Rukia obviously does, but Orihime has a lot more moments that did get cut from the anime. And like in the case of like Bleach, it's like from like moment 1 of her being introduced. Because basically the first chapter with Orihime figures. I was gonna say, like, the first time they introduced Orihime in the manga, it's her and Tatsuki discussing her asking Ichigo out on a date. And how would she, like, basically picture that? That's where that starts, kinda. And asking why, and specifically it was started with her, Tatsuki asking, why do you like him? And she's like, yeah, he's funny. And stuff. So, this was a thing from, like, I don't think so, no. But, there's several moments like that in the manga that make an indication of awareness and da-da-da. That was just kind of how it went. But it was mostly more focused on the battle aspect of being a shonen series. Which again is why I believe that Chris is not just randomly picking. But it stopped to actually make clear indications of, yes, this is main couple. Like, over and over and over and over. But the anime kinda, sorta cut that. A lot of them. And I mean, I don't think I would think too much of it, except for the fact that they also, they very much, like, played up Rukia and Ichigo. Possibly be, even though, again, in the manga, it makes it pretty clear. She's mostly feeling guilt. But she's seeing someone else. Which actually makes sense, because I gotta say this is, like, spoilers to the Bleach manga. For the next, like, 20 seconds. But basically the fact that Ichigo's dad literally was related to the guy, you know, that, she accidentally potentially got killed. This wasn't even like like a This was an actual. It turns out, yeah, he does look like the guy. Anyway, but the point is, a lot of that stuff that's more in, like I said, in the manga. Never really gets much focus in the same way in the anime. I don't know about the most recent arc that they finally did after all these years, because I've never gone back. Mostly because I just... well, didn't have an interest in... yeah. Manga-specific version, yes. I do actually think that would absolutely happen. If she had the ability to get her hands on them. Because... yeah. So, actually, yeah. Ironically, I could see where they would... again, I feel like if you kind of lean more into the manga side, I don't know about the anime, especially now. The manga side, yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense which characters they picked. If they picked on, would this character shoot a gun? The one that didn't show up is one who probably would not. So, yeah. At least from how it sounds. That's... yeah, that's not accurate. Actually, no, that is accurate, actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, no, that is absolutely accurate. Sort of. Anyway, but, yeah, I don't know. I do kind of, at this point, go towards a lot of manga, especially from the early 2000s and such. A little bit earlier, obviously. But their adaptations oftentimes very much end up being like it literally depends on how going back after the fact. Yeah, it does. It does, in fact, have a manga, yeah. It's a pretty good one, too. And it doesn't... I suppose the way to put that is, it is a good anime and a good manga. The manga definitely follows things a little bit differently than the anime. Like, the order of events are slightly different. I mean, pretty well. Thing is, Gintama is a gag comedy style series first, at least to start with. With indications of a sad backstory. Honestly, I feel like it's one of the few ones that actually kind of translate that darker backstory being hinted at stuff pretty well, because a lot of gag series did not get the... But I think it's because... Well... the type of humor. Anyway, it honestly worked relatively well. Some chapters, obviously they couldn't be turned into episodes and vice versa. Or there's like extra layers to it. That they could only do once it was animated. Honestly, I do think that was, I know that apparently they've done a spin-off anime of the ending things that they used to do. I'm honest, I really am curious about how it is. I've not seen anyone talk about it, even though I'm pretty sure it was supposed to come out either this year or like either like the fall or was the summer. I don't remember which. Which I guess does not mean good things about it, because I feel like it would be one that people would be discussing if for no other reason than because heck. But yeah, no, the manga worked relatively well. I suppose a good way to put it is I read manga through before I ever watched a single episode of the anime. But yeah, one of the bigger things was just kind of the first several episodes are kind of in a slightly different order to the manga. Not a lot. Like, not enough for you to go, But... and it's done that way on purpose. And even makes a point of it. Which makes the anime quite funny. But... yeah, there's a whole story. And it does have a relatively satisfying conclusion from what I remember. But there's the overall arcing story and the, week-to-week mini arcs. Because they are they do odd jobs, right? So whenever they're doing an odd job, that's another little mini arc of just, like, and you can have some repeats with that because of that, but there is also as it goes along, overarching story. It's pretty good. Yeah. That's a I suppose this is what I'd say. If how do I put it? In a lot of ways, even though it is more kind of gag-centric, so, like, if you like gag series, right? And you also like Fairy Tail, which you already do like Fairy Tail, right? I would say this is a good one to read. Because it does, in a lot of ways, follow that. Like I said, they get a job. They have to complete the job. Chaos ensues. Boom. Of the early arcs of the series. Anyway, but that's how I think I would put it. Is it is really, for what it is, really well done. Something tells me you have no plans on ever reading it, though. I could be wrong. Alright. Actually, yeah, it's starting to really look decent. I just need to finish the... Fair enough. And yeah, you would, because there's lots of little things in there and stuff. Because it's an older series, so it's got all the fun little things from author interviews to, you know, where they do like the little questionnaire kind of thing. Little comics and stuff, yeah. I do get that. And I'm not sure there's an official place to read it either. At this point. Specifically. Could be wrong. Especially since a lot of the manga that you use, unless it's something like Bleach. But you know what? They might be selling physical books again. But I think that was for me, like, for a lot of the series I would end up reading, my biggest frustration would often be finding a series, right? And yeah, getting the physical books. wherever, whenever I could, and all that. Only for, like, and specifically for the, like, at least whether it be the US or just outside of Japan or whatever, or English specifically, there's English release. I would just never be able to get all of them. And I really would try. I think Gintama doesn't have that issue, but so many of them do that I have tried to do that with. Because, I mean, there's a variety of reasons. The most often one is they stopped publishing it. Or having the license, and so because they stopped having the license or whatever, but it become frustrating because it'd be like, I want to find. Or, in the case of Viz, if it was on Viz and it stopped being produced, it's just because they decided to stop producing it, but they continued to hold on to the license so nobody else could release it. That was the one that was the most to me. Like, why? And it just kind of... Yeah, that's the thing with KHR. Katekyo Hitoma Reborn. I wanted, and I tried so hard to try and get the volumes and all that. I really, truly wanted to just buy them. And... like, I was ending up having to get them, like, secondhand, and it was super weird to me because I was like, serious? I mean, I know it's, like, against it, but it's not that bad. Sure. And it's only, like, after years of trying all that, where I found out that they had stopped releasing, volumes in the US. I'm not sure how in general, but in the US, in any English-speaking country, so they stopped releasing the English translation. And they just never released them. And then beyond that, just the one that to me is the most egregious in a lot of ways. Here, just in case I don't end up with something better. Because I mean that's really starting to look really cool. The full size. Anyway. That was for me, like, where I found out, nope, they stopped publishing it. And they still have the license, and they still have the license, I think, to this day. It's the same thing with the anime. Like, they've got the license to the anime. They never... including, like, oh, like, and so again, I found out by just research and stuff. And I was not as into the anime, but not the point. I still would have, like in Japan, for, like, they had every time they get an anniversary and stuff, right? They get all this cool stuff and all that. And it's not really, like, they had a re-release of the original series, like, for, I think, the 10th anniversary. And all that. And, you know, I thought, well, you know, maybe this will be something, like, at the very least, maybe we'll finally get some stuff here in the US. No. No. Did nothing. People asked. There were a whole, like, and everything. And the answer was, they just did nothing. They still had the license, as it turned out. Nothing was done. In a lot of ways, for me, I think that's just, like, I try. But those are the kinds of things that, especially like as I would start trying to find series and stuff, and it just gets so frustrating. But I would find out, nope, can't get this one. That's some of them it's not because of that kind of thing. Like Rave Master is because Tokyopop. The biggest thing was that Tokyopop basically went bankrupt. And they were the ones that had the licensing rights and stuff for Rave Master, so basically they just kinda, nobody else picked it up. So it just slowly became harder and harder to find and everything. There's a few series like that, probably. That just... yeah, they don't get a, another real chance, because, well... especially when they were, like, original exclusives, too. Wait, did I? Oh, I must put it here. Oh no, I ate the last bit of it, didn't I? Let me get the last of this. Anyway. But I mean, that was just like in general, you know, as you go along, you just start learning that you're not gonna find some of them. Yeah. That's just how it goes. I'm not like saying that is good or bad. I am quite literally just saying, like I said, as you go back through, and for some of them, especially if you like something and you're like, I wonder why, like, you'll find out a lot of them will just, they kept going. You just never got to see the end. Unless you chose to, find alternative methods. It's not as big of an issue nowadays. Just to be clear here. Oftentimes, like if a series gets licensed, it'll get released. It won't just randomly stop, but as far as anybody can tell, no real reason. But no, I mean, that was one for me where I was like, Bill. But the thing is, it's not really money now, is it? In the case of something like I said, KHR. Maybe they weren't making as much. But especially when you start seeing the, like, when you go through and everything and you find out how big the fan base ended up being and all that. It's the kind of thing that it's like, the concept that they never even went back to try. Like, here's what I would say. If they had, but then, you know, like, with the anniversary, if they had at least the very least effectively gone in and tried, or at least like maybe released a box set of the anime, and then that had failed, I would understand. Like I said, they did nothing for a big anniversary for a series that in all honesty did end up a lot more popular. It's things like that to me. Again, I would kind of understand, but my point was more along the lines of yeah. Oh, I believe it. There's lots of stuff like that out there. Like I said, the big thing was just if you and I mean this is where I will say I'm obviously at least in part biased because I was a fan, but like I do for some of these I go back and I'll like some of the biggest news that and I mean still is like hopeful please was the concept that KHR might get either a continuation because they never finished the series, you know, story-wise, or that maybe they'll redo from the beginning. Because the thing is, like, a big part of the KHR, the anime just kind of glosses over a lot more of some of these negative aspects, and you know, just there's full characters that never appear in the anime that are in the manga that are kind of significant, especially for later arcs. Mind you, that's more on the Japanese end than the licensors, obviously. Biggest hope from that is that, you know what, maybe they could, at least for me, like, release the original anime on DVD. I'd buy it. Like, I think at this point I definitely would be interested. Can't say I wouldn't be. And like I do get like some stuff definitely I can understand, but a lot of that stuff would end up like dying in general. Or, you know, I guess the craziest thing that could happen is like a sequel series to KHR. That would be the craziest thing to ever happen, and unlikely as all get out. Obviously the authors moved on to write other stuff and all that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but there's a high chance that if it did happen, there's a high chance it would never be released in the US, depending on who gains the licensing. Or has it at that point. But it would technically be a new series. Because, again, I just go to Viz. I think they basically, from what I remember, there's a total of 33 volumes. They basically, I think it was either the 9th or the 19th volume. I don't remember which one. They made it to that they just then stopped. Who could see that? Which is because why, like, as the numbers go, like, up them, the easiest one to find is the first one, and the next easiest was the second one. And so on and so forth, because, well, A, people hanging on to their copies. I ended up having to give up at around, like, volume 4. Well, technically only getting volume 1 of that one. I had already owned volumes 2 through 4. I just hadn't found the first volume. And yeah, when you, like, I don't know what the prices are nowadays, but, like, at that time, trying to find the volumes when I was trying to collect them, because I wanted to own them, and they weren't in any bookstores. The 5th one was, like, no, it was only a couple hundred. For, like, the 7th or 8th one. It was, like, it's in the 50s. But in comparison to what the price was kind of where you would go, well, that's... And the ability to find someone who actually was willing to sell their copy. Ironically, it was easier to get, like, a whole bunch of Rave Masters. So I've got, like, 18 of Rave Masters. Before I just, again, I eventually just gave up. Looking, finding, trying to get. Although, to be fair, for most of them, I found them at a convention. Just like 3 for. And they had just chucked it into the bargain manga. Okay, to be fair, I've only been to like 2 conventions. And because of that, I was able to pick up a whole bunch of manga. Can't really do that anymore from what I know, but at the time, basically, because somebody was just selling, like, used stock, right? Or just, like, it was either overstock or it was just like they had, like, second hand and stuff. And I absolutely took advantage of that. Built up. But I mean, by the last time, it was already way less. From I know from after that point, because I've got a friend that still goes. It's basically like non-existent at this point. At least not in the same way. The price of those things went up. Because they have to like cover the convention costs and stuff, right? Like I get it. Sort of. Yeah, I need to get up there. I think I can... yeah. By going up here, and then we go out the window. Did I do this with both of them? Yep. Okay. I bet I did this with all of them. Nope, can't do it this way. That's fine. Not really the intent. Oh, but I can do it here. But not on that side. Ow. But yeah, no, finding series to be able to pick up and all that. That was always... and, I mean, that is one of the things I think is kind of... like, so many series nowadays will just kind of... you can't. I don't know, they all feel so dark. So many of them. And then when I hear, like, the ending was just horrible, and I'm just like, well, it was a dark series, it was never gonna have a bright ending. So I found myself thinking. Not that's a negative thing, it just does mean that... well, I do think that a lot of them are just not gonna have great endings. It's unfortunate. By the way, Tomas, what do you want me to do on Monday? Or do you just not care? Yeah, that's inevitably the best. Fair enough. I will make decisions. I think that is probably for the best. Not because, like... although I do think I should specify not because, but I don't think that they could do a remake. Not really. And definitely not with, like, the, you know what? I don't know about this here. Well, not in the way that would kind of have to be. Maybe I do it, like, one or two layers. Up two. And then I'll bring up the other. I should probably grow some more and, like, do, like, one more layer. 2 more layers. Ow. Yeah. I do need to finish soon, though. Go sleep. I'm gonna go grab back my materials, because I'm gonna need more. Yeah, I think that'll be good, because it'll be feeling very different from the others buildings, especially here, and, like, dwarfing everything else. Especially since it's kind of meant to be the Nether Embassy. The thing is, so what I'm trying to kind of design around is the idea, unless they basically introduce a way to go back and forth from the end to the actual way, right? And not just you return to your spawn. They're not going to do that. No point in having an end embassy. We'll talk. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to put a portal up at the top. Anyway, the biggest thing I think is just here, I'm gonna grab one of these back because this is my way up and down. I do need these. I'm gonna need like 60 of these. 30. But the concept is meant to be every being that would be coming through and in here is, you don't know, like they could be tall, they could be tall, but done in a way that's like it allows them to kind of walk around, sort of. You gotta love that gas are basically cat noises. And that they absolutely sound sometimes like they're just saying, you. Because if they're a ruder creature than a cat. Anyway, but this actually is feeling very much more, filled in by doing that. And I gotta do this building as well. But then I'll have everything that will be on all sides of the street. No. Walking through the little back alley that way. And well, I've got to actually build up the other side. I mean, we've actually got it kind of filled in. Anyway. But basically the reason why there's not an end embassy would be because there's just no way back. Necessarily. For anybody who actually would live there. Or find themselves there, rather. As you would return to your spawn point when you try to go through the portal, right? Is the idea. But if your spawn point is in the end, especially after a certain point, well, I mean, how are you gonna get back? Not to be mean. But you would be trapped. What? What needs wither skulls? Anyway, point being that basically, I mean, I haven't really done that many details, but I don't know if I would assume that the people who will be coming from the Nether wouldn't necessarily flesh beings at that point, I guess. Want to risk stuff like that. All it takes is one idiot. It makes more sense to assume the Resistance has gotten their hands on some. But I'm not... My point was more along the lines of in lore. Right? Within the lore of the world, this building here is the Nether ambassadorial building. Quite a considered to be quite the building, if you will. And all that. But the goal would be to have, well, whether or not they actually feel that way, in reality, peace talks. Concept of the Nether being one of friendliness. Because you don't want to not be allowed in because or in such a way is interacting with like peace talks and like alright, I need to dump the stuff. How many more to you know, I could do a couple more, but I need to dump the stuff to kinda go there, so but, like, think about, like, we worked hard to establish peace treaties, da-da-da, the whole 9 yards, right? And because you happened to have used wither skulls as decorations, somebody gets into their bright idea to combine them with the soul sand. And thus, now you become known as, well, that's its spawn. Why? So it makes it spelled M-E-A. M-E-S-A. For a future reference. So a little over 1,000 blocks away. Actually, no, wait. It's like 30,000 blocks, isn't it? Yeah, it's around 2,000 to 3,000 blocks away. Anyway, the concept of the world is just... like I said, magic. Smacks the world offside the head. Causing horrible things to happen. And people to find themselves in places they don't even recognize where they are. Hello, night. You go sleep. Yep. I'm just kind of trying to finish the wood at this point. I'm so close to that being done, at least. I would otherwise have probably finished it now. I'm gonna have to be careful. There's gonna be mobs running around. Yeah. It's just... I love how you assume Knight must have some. Bone meal. Actually, I should probably do it like this. I spent a while at the beginning in my skeleton farm. Fixing up tools and stuff. Most people don't. There are some weirdos. Pick your favorite female character. If you have one. If you don't, you can honestly say, I don't have one. I like all characters the same. Fair enough. I think that's a fine enough answer. Your favorite. Trying to understand what it's about, I'd say just kind of look up into the chat from earlier. And be very confused on how it went there, but it did. And I did. It really was Chris. especially despite the fact that Chris has no idea. A lot of this stuff. It's like, dude. Like, I don't really play a whole lot of good games, but I know them. And that's where it really started, was Chris going home. Assuming that Zenless Zone Zero was the most Gunner game of them all. And that had to be corrected. Because that's just not even close. No, you're just asking top 10 animals. Look, like, the game could go that far, like, 5 seconds, like, over that one. Or a minute, I guess. No, actually, it was that. Because he adjusted from waifus to animals, and then said what his favorite type of animal, I'm guessing, is, or a favorite, top 10. Or what he assumed you would have been picking, because yeah. That one didn't even have to go that far back. I thought you were talking about the waifus. We were... No, there's nothing like that. I was just saying that. No, the only stuff I was saying was because of the waifus. Ugh. Okay. Basically, it started off all that stuff. Not the dingoes, that's just now. Nothing specific to that. The other stuff basically started... really, it started by discussing... I think, like... where... like... it's not... it's kind of stupid to just... if you're making a product... No, it wasn't even that. It was just a... I mean, it really started with discussions of, like, what we would like to see in Minecraft. What I'd like to see, which was the, like, a wood version of the stonecutter block and a potentially carpenter villager. Breaking down how I thought that could make it unique or useful. Mentioning specifically that the chests... and yeah, this is where it's like, how did this go there? I don't know. That would be, since they don't want to change chests, one of their bigger reasons that they've stated other than creativity was because they don't want to destroy people's worlds by destroying all their chests, and I was just saying that was a way to handle it. Chris declaring they should just say, F it all to the, player base. That's why we started discussing games, whether or not, like, that's a good idea or not. And then things that could technically replace WoW. Genshin, we ended up, like, both me and Smoss ended up semi-mentioning it. Not really, I didn't necessarily mean it that way. Don't know if Smoss did. To which then Chris was inferring that Zenless Zone Zero is the ultimate Gunner game. And, well, I had to correct that thought. Because that is most certainly not true. As you know, like, I know too many just from watching anime, so. See? Notice, That's the thing. It's like in reality, it's not even like that bad in comparison to others out there. Discuss several of those. Huh? And then that kind of led into anime because basically that's what I'm just saying. That's where I know where most of these come from. It's just I've watched a couple anime channels. Into anime and semi waifus. I'm just like, thing is, like, if your friend wants to know, he said his friend, just pick your favorite female character. Specify that's how you're picking in general, and leave it at that. Because honestly, waifu can mean either way. Yeah, and then it turned into that. To which it turns out that Chris has not seen Evangelion, ReZero, or, what was the third? Oh yeah. What was the third one? Oh, Gurren Lagann. Which is fine. Just a little surprising. Yeah. And then, asking which series he had seen. He said he'd seen Naruto, so it became Sakura or Naruto, or Sakura or Hinata. And it went from there. Ta-da! That is the conversation. It basically the reason with Genshin Impact was like not doing the exact same thing, but effectively potentially filling that spot for someone specifically was why it was initially mentioned. Specify. But yeah, no, there's definitely... There's so many. And in all honesty, for as far as games like that, just going back to that a second, I still go with, from what I've seen, the girls side, like the Otome game side, rather than the gal, if you will, outclasses, outbeats, and the other side is like nobody's business. It's really kind of horrifying. Also discussing that there's many gacha games that are not like that as well. They're just your gacha games in general. No. I don't think you would know that one. I'm gonna be honest. Again, I don't think so. Mostly mentioned shonen. Which one? Love Tyrant or my first girlfriend is a pal? Eh. Fair enough. Anyway, I'm not like trying to. I'm just saying that was exactly like how that went. for like conversation-wise. It's not the end of the world or anything. It's just a little bit surprising. Anyway. So I need like 20 more, and then I'll be ready. I wanted to kind of get some of this as well, or more of this done, and I could get a little bit more done, but I'm going to need way more tough. I wish there was an easier way to get tough than just getting lucky and finding some, and I'm not gonna die. I've got Feather Falling 4. I've gotten pretty used to what heights are what at this point. The top of that building to the next building over is not as high of a jump from the top of the cliff down. It just looks like it. Anyway, but yeah, just jumping down. I still feel like it would work. It'd be a nice way to kind of, like, they want to introduce decoration blocks anyway. It's a good way to introduce it. In a way that still kind of makes sense and works. Potentially what you could do is you could have it be that you have to have a normal chest and a, like, kind of treat it like a loom, maybe? You know? But if you were to insert, like, a log type of whatever log you, or whatever wood type you want to use, then from that you could have, be able to get some unique, not unique, but the ability to customize things like your barrels or your chests or whatever. I mean, it could be good for a mod too. Or mod pack. That allows for one variation. I have 18. I don't think that's enough. I think I need to do one more. Anyway. Honestly, I mean... Yeah. I think the real answer is just... come up with something that kind of fits the thing, but we need something that's not for stairs, it's not for wood. It'd be a nice bonus to get like an extra thing that it can do. I feel like it'd cause the stonecutter to no longer be used to have a thing for wood. It's not like it ever stops you from using the other recipe if you have to anyway. For whatever reason. It'd just be nice. Especially for going through and just getting it done quickly. But for moments like this, where it's like, I feel like if I had... Perfect. Alright, so we've got the building outside effectively done, other than adding potentially a roof. I miss. Yeah, let's try that again. I mean, obviously we need a roof, but... I know I don't technically need to go all the way up here, but... Perfect. To get back to this, we can just kind of go ahead and do it there. So, until we add floors in, which we will want to, I mean, it looks pretty good. I would maybe add more here as well, we'll see. Like, add the building in general. As you go along the street. You know what? Now that it's basically done, I'm gonna move it to lighting and I'm gonna take my picture now. Yeah. I think that's cool. I know things are spawning, but I'm definitely starting to feel like I mean, I guess at some point we should try and see. No, not to like. I just want to see it as it would potentially be, and I'm not doing things like or anything. I would love to see this in this like full on. This building has to... I think that the next one we need to work on is this one. I need to get a couple more floors under this. I was that, but that's next. Alright, so what I'm gonna finish with is I'm gonna go ahead and go sell a whole bunch of berries to the butcher. Or try to, at least. If I can't sell them, well, I can see that I need to do that next time. The one that I know I can't. Specifically. Alright, let me dump the stuff and then I'm gonna do that. Because I want to try and see if I can't heal up my health. I think beyond that, I also would like to, instead of building wise, I also need to get some food for myself. But set up a building on this side as well. Probably not as tall, but it could still be kind of tall, just not as tall. Because it just doesn't look right as you go through the street. I need to fix this as well, but that's not that big a deal. Then have this just like this. It's kind of open. It's not very... So yeah. But yeah, I need to finish this building, that building, that building, and that building. And then from that, I will be able to have... And then, of course, this one as well, but that's not as big a deal. Alright. I know I can't fill them all at once, but this way I know how much I have. But yeah, I just kind of think that's a good way to kind of handle that. And it definitely looks a lot better now, like that. And then... And having it be the one that kind of sticks over, I do sort of, and then it'd be nice to have a few. I think I'm gonna have a few more that are like that over there on that side. I just realized I don't think I have any food. Yeah, I'll have to get food on the way down. Or I'll buy something. Alright, so please allow me to... Yeah, you will allow me to... Oh, it's 10! Okay. I know I can't with him. Although it's not as far off as I thought it would be. How much would that be? I don't have these, but like at some point. I know. I'm gonna buy a pork chop. Buy pork chops. I'm gonna buy glass and then I have it down. Who has Diamond U? Crap, I didn't have my hoe out. Well, I guess it's not the end of the world. We'll do that next time. I just ate the white glass for the one building and then the other. Actually, I know exactly what would heal my, go up entirely. The question is, should we... Yeah, I think I should. Alright. How much is in here? Enough. Alright, last thing. Alright, because I just... Yeah. I constantly have food going. I can also grab some food over here. Oh, you think it worked? Alright. But time. Yes, time. Good. I gotta finish. The next time we work on this, we get this done. I definitely think that's the best bet. And that building too, potentially. All the way done. And that it has floors and lighting. And potentially walls. Depending. But yeah, if I get this building done and then do this building... up in the Sunler Manor and all that, I think that would... be good. And then obviously we do this one on the other side, because they are effectively... like, matchy-matchy. But then I think this one is 1 block shorter. But maybe not. Nope, same. Okay. So yeah. Had the match. But honestly, I think the biggest troublesome one was this one, so the fact that it is done, other than I'm gonna have to buy quartz. I have some, but it's not all, and I'm gonna definitely need some for these as well. But this building still will be easier than that one, and then these will be way easier because they're pretty clear. But Buddha has awoken, so yeah. I also need to kind of just finish this stuff as well, but not today. So yeah. And see, the thing I was putting it off towards, we're good. Almost. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm gonna be going. I like the idea of this building being short, but it being short because it was already short, unlike other short buildings that are potentially replicating it. Like that one. Alright. Anyway, I think we're in a good spot. I think we can actually get the main area, or the first street done. I think we can do this. I'm probably just gonna do more of this on Monday, unless I change my mind. So, we'll see what I want to do. Who knows? Maybe I want to play like some game I've gotten off of Steam. But the initial concept here is just, yeah. Gotta keep getting this done. If I can get it done, that'll be great. But I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I hope to see you on Monday. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And, yeah.